I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Camarillo City Council. May we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Kildy.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez-Bravo.
Here.
Councilmember Tennyson.
Here.
Vice Mayor Tremblay. Here. And Mayor Santangelo.
Here. Thank you. Purpose for us opening at this hour is to go into closed session. I'll have the city attorney read the items.
Yes, thank you. And before I get to the one item that's on the agenda, I would like to ask that a motion be made determining that we need to add another item to the agenda to close session for an additional exposure to potential litigation, and that is related to the letter that the city received yesterday. And under the Brown Act, we are permitted to add items to the agenda that we became aware of after the agenda's posting, and if we have to act on that item. This letter, again, relates to the agenda item this evening. So if I could have a motion for that, then we could add that to the closed session.
I have a motion and multiple seconds. Please vote. And that passes unanimously.
Great. So with that, there'll be a second item on closed session, in addition to the other significant exposure to litigation. And again, the public can have access or has access to this letter. It's been updated. And again, it's a letter from Annette dated October 24th, 2023. And if there's any reportable action, I will make that report later. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll recess.
All right, I'd like to call the Camarillo Sanitary District regular meeting for October 25th to order, please. Let the record reflect that all the directors are present. Any approval of the agenda? With that, we'll get down to public comments. Now, this is for the Sanitary District. Is there any public comments on the Sanitary District tonight? Seeing no one go forward, we're going to get down to the consent calendar.
I'll move consent.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the consent calendar? Hearing none, please vote. That passes unanimously. All right, that gets down. We don't have any discussion items or any public comment tonight on this particular agenda. Gets down to board and staff comments and reports. Is there any comments from the staff or board tonight? Seeing no comments, with that, we will adjourn.
I will reconvene this meeting of the Camarillo City Council. Before I start, we're going to have a report from the city attorney.
Yes, thank you. In closed session this evening, there was an item that was added on to the agenda to address a letter received from Newey's legal counsel, Manat, dated October 24th. Within that letter, there were statements that they felt that the agenda as described was not as sufficient to give notice. Although the city does not agree with that allegation, the city council has determined that at the item this evening, we will take staff's presentation, the applicant's presentation, and all public comment. At the end of that public comment, though, we will consider a motion to continue the item to the next meeting. At that time, we will also indicate the two options that the council will be considering will be either to continue studying the referral or to rescind the referral. And at that meeting on November 8th, any members of the public that did not provide comment this evening will be permitted to provide comment at November 8th. And then once public comment is taken, the city council will, at that time, deliberate and discuss the item. I will also reiterate the statement once we arrive at the agenda item this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we're going to continue with our presentation for tonight. Red Ribbon Week. Here he comes. Commander Tennyson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for giving me just a couple of minutes tonight to talk about Red Ribbon Week, which occurs nationally at the end of October every single year. The sole purpose of Red Ribbon Week is to encourage and support healthy and drug-free children in all of our communities. Through Red Ribbon Week, our community can unite to take a visible stand against drugs. This is accomplished through ensuring awareness, advocacy, and resources. Awareness by highlighting the dangers of drug use, advocacy by bringing concerns on impacts of drug use to our policymakers, and resources by providing materials and events to help educate on programs available for children and families throughout our communities. For the last 30 years, the Camarillo Police Department has proudly participated in National Red Ribbon Week, and this year is no different. You can see some of the pictures of our deputies so far this week in visiting some of the schools. What are we doing this year for Red Ribbon Week? Our school resource officers are going to be visiting many of our campuses throughout the city to interact with our elementary-aged kids. At our elementary school campuses, we'll be working with the schools to focus on our message on making healthy choices and on living a healthy lifestyle. In our high schools, where we'll also be visiting all three of our high schools, our message is going to be a little bit different. We can have more serious conversations, and we'll be focusing on the harms of drug use and the need to avoid drug use. These high school visits will include presentations by members of the Ventura County Fentanyl and Overdose Crime Unit at each of the high school campuses, and they'll be educating students on drug trends and on the life-threatening dangers that are associated with the trends that we're seeing right now. In addition to visiting our school campuses, we're going to be hosting 2 prescription take-back days in Camarillo. The first drug take-back day will be a partnership between the Camarillo Police Department, Saving Lives Coalition, and Leisure Village, and will be this Friday at Leisure Village Clubhouse between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. The second drug take-back event will be a partnership between the Camarillo Police Department and the DEA, And that's going to be this Saturday at the Camarillo Police Station from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We encourage our community members to take advantage of these opportunities to get rid of unused prescription drugs that all too often find their way into the hands of our youth. Thank you for the opportunity to share about the events at Camarillo Police Department that we'll be partnering in this week. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Such important information for us all. Okay, moving along, we're going to go to council and staff comments and reports, and tonight I'm going to start with Mr. Tennyson.
Thank you. This evening, during my council comments, I just wanted to take the opportunity to honor the life of a deputy sheriff, Eugene Kostenchenko, who was a patrol deputy with the Camarillo Police Department and a member of the Ventura County Sheriff's Department. I had the privilege of working with Eugene off and on when he was with the Sheriff's Office of Emergency Services, and I was happy to be at his academy graduation in 2007. I'd like to ask our police chief to come up and just give a little bit more information about Eugene, his life, and what he left behind.
Councilmember Tennyson, thank you. Council, thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about Eugene for just a few minutes. It was 9 years ago on Saturday that Eugene was tragically and senselessly killed by a drunk driver after he finished up on a traffic stop here in Camarillo. My commitment to Eugene's wife, Maura, who lives here in Camarillo, and to his parents and brother, who are back in the Ukraine still, is that his sacrifice will never be forgotten by the residents of Camarillo, and that's what I'm here to do. I knew Eugene before he was a deputy sheriff. I used to see him coming into Starbucks at the end of a dawn shift, getting coffee for his wife to take to his wife, and so I met him there through Councilmember Tennyson. Eugene came to us as a deputy sheriff a little later in life. He was 34 years old. He had served a career in the Ukrainian military. He was a translator. He spoke 4 different languages, and he went around the world with high-ranking members of the Ukrainian military as a translator. Matter of fact, that's how he met his wife, Maura, here in the United States when they worked a FBI case together. Eugene was a model deputy. Because he was a little older, he was very mature, he was extremely professional, dedicated, and hardworking. And we need a lot more people like Eugene around. He had a bright future with our agency, and his death has not lessened his impact on our agency, especially here at Camarillo PD. The last thing every single deputy sheriff at Camarillo PD sees when they walk out our briefing room to get into a patrol car is a 4-foot by 4-foot picture of Eugene. And we put that there because we want them to remember the sacrifice that he made, how committed he was to this city and to her residents. And we want to live up to that commitment that Eugene will never be forgotten. And so that's why I'm here tonight, and I appreciate the time to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to go next?
Chief Tennyson, first of all, thank you so much for sharing that very important story of his life. I'm very appreciative of all law enforcement who risk their life every day to serve our community. For my meetings attended, on October 12th, I attended the Navy Sailor of the Year at the Port Hueneme Naval Base. On October 12th, I also attended the Ventura County Community Development Corporation's 3rd annual ceremony. The EDC's Executive Director, Bruce Stensley, won an award. On October 12th, I attended the Airport Authority meeting with Mayor Santangelo. On October 13th, I attended the Censo Hispanic Fellowship Celebration and Student Presentations at Cal Lutheran, and I was honored to be a speaker as well. On October 17th, I was invited by Councilmember Tremblay to attend a meeting with staff from Livingston Memorial. We had a discussion, and I provided feedback as to program recommendations for mental health access within the Latino community. October 17th, I attended the State of the City of Camarillo at the Ranch House, and I wanted to thank Mayor Santangelo. You did a fantastic job, all of staff, and the West Ventura County Business Alliance for their work. We received very positive feedback, and you will be able to view the event it will be posted on YouTube once it's completed. On October 18th, I attended the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee meeting with Councilmember Tremblay. On October 18th, I attended the Citizen Appointment Committee with Councilmember Tremblay. On October 19th, I attended a water overview with staff, and I really wanted to thank staff for providing such an informative presentation. October 19th, I attended the Economic Development Collaborative meeting. And October 20th, I toured one of the shelters and met with staff and the executive director of the Coalition for Family Harmony. It is a nonprofit organization whose mission is to provide direct services to victims of domestic violence and sexual assault. It's also to educate the community regarding violence against women, children, and men to prevent that cycle of violence. It is a very important topic to me. A couple of years ago, as you may all remember, there were a series of murder-suicide events, some of which were related to domestic violence. And one of those families was a friend of mine and a friend of our family. And so I believe it is very important to inform our community. And so I subsequently connected with the president of our library, Mandy Nassar, and I connected her to the ED of this organization in hopes of bringing some of these programs and information to the city of Camarillo through the library programming so that we are able to provide all of this information to our victims. October is National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and I believe that domestic violence has no place in Camarillo or anywhere else. And I strongly believe it is important to work together to attend to this issue. On October 21st, I attended the first anniversary of Sunny Horses. It is a nonprofit whose mission is bringing smiles to children's faces while fostering and developing positive interactions and relationships between law enforcement and the community. I took my family, my children, and we had just a wonderful time. Ms. Laura Libby is the founder of the organization, and she hosted it, and it was really a fantastic event. It's Sunny Horses if you'd like to follow them on social media. October 26th, which is tomorrow, I wanted to announce there's Trunk or Treat, a fun event for everyone. For the kid and the kid at heart, it is tomorrow from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Camarillo Police Department at 3701 East Las Posas Road here in Camarillo. So tomorrow from 6 to 8. And then just one last thing, because apparently our council didn't have enough to read. I have a good article. It's about how does marijuana affect the brain, more specifically, how does it impact the developing brain, and it is an article from the American Psychological Association, and I thought you would like to read that, so I'll just pass that along. Thank you.
Mr. Tremblay, would you like to go next?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. For meetings attended since October 11th, October 12, the Camarillo Airport Authority, October 13, Metrolink Executive and Contract Operations, Maintenance and Safety Committees. On October 17th, the State of the City of Camarillo Ranch, and I want to thank the Mayor for really well done, and thank our staff for an excellent presentation, and also to the West Ventura County Business Alliance. On October 18th, I think Councilmember Martinez-Bravo and I are in parallel tonight, Transportation and Infrastructure Committee and the Citizen Appointment Committee. On October 25, this morning with the Mayor, I attended Policy Committee, and then a Zoom meeting on Metropolitan Water District conveyance issues for our area. Two things. First of all, a big thank you to Chief Tennyson and to Councilmember Tennyson relative to adjourning in memory of Deputy Kostachenko. It's more than fitting to adjourn in his memory and we honor his service and his sacrifice. Secondly, I just wanted to briefly talk a little bit about Camarillo Post Office. At the last council meeting, I asked for a letter to be sent to the Camarillo postmaster about alleged mail thefts. And I asked two questions. One, did such thefts of mail occur? And secondly, if so, what is the post office doing to assure Camarillo residents, all of us in this room, that their mail is safe? On October 21, in the edition of the Camarillo Acorn, a reporter spoke with the Camarillo postmaster, who would not speak with the Acorn regarding the item, said, well, go talk to the postal inspectors. And the postal inspector was quoted in the article as saying, well, there was mail that was stolen, but I can't provide you with additional information. And in response to the question, well, what measures are put in place to protect the public's mail, the postal inspector urged everyone to sign up for what's called informed delivery, which shows residents a digital preview of the mail to be delivered the next day. To call the post office response unsatisfactory or irritating would be an understatement, in my view. Some would call it, I guess with my occupational, completely non-responsive. We're not asking for details on the thefts. We didn't ask for that. We understand that. But there's two things. One is we need some assurances that the mail won't be stolen. So what are the physical steps that the Postal Service, or improvements to the physical layout of the post office, what are being undertaken to prevent these thefts? For example, when I went to mail letters inside the post office 2 days ago, the gate to the driveway leading to the side and the back was completely open. They were wide open, and anyone, including myself, could have driven into the back parking area. So I guess I'm left to think about the fact that actually in this day and age we have electronic gate technology. Gee, would it really be difficult to secure an electronic gate and issue passwords to postal employees? And secondly, it's not just the mail that we receive. I'm all for informed delivery. I'm even more for successful delivery of the mail to me. But it's also the mail that you and I are sending out that I want to know that's protected. So this is a serious issue because it's directly relevant to our city, it's relevant to our residents, it's relevant to our sheriff's department because our sheriff's department has to investigate items of identity theft, which again relate back to mail theft. So my understanding from the city manager is that we have sent a letter to the Postal Service. I would like to request, and we haven't yet received a response, and I'm hoping that we don't just get blown off. But I would request that we send a copy of that letter, which is a brief cover letter to Congresswoman Brownlee and Senators Padilla and Butler, and ask for some specific response to our questions, because our questions are reasonable. And that's it. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Kildee?
Yes, thank you. I might also add what Vice Mayor Tremblay said. This is not allegedly the first time it's happened, and we definitely need to get some more information on that. Before I start my reports on meetings attended, I had the pleasure of being mayor when the unfortunate accident happened to Deputy Eugene Constantinko, and that is not a phone call that you either want to make nor receive at the wee hours of the morning. I think about Eugene often. As was said, he's an incredible dedicated deputy, as all of them are in our city, and quite a man, and he's really missed. Okay, so with that, meetings attended October 17th, State of the City, again, Mayor, you did a great job. October 19th, we had a VCOG administrative meeting, and hopefully tomorrow that most, if not all of us, will be able to attend our yearly meeting, which is tomorrow. On October 24th, I attended also with Councilmember Tennyson an investment committee meeting. So with that, that's all I have tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, for me, for meetings attended October 12th, the Healthy Camarillo Ad Hoc Committee, October 13th, Public Safety and Emergency Committee, October 17th, I was at State of the City, and I too wanted to thank the staff for making me look good. And October 19th, Clean Power Alliance Executive Committee. October 25th, the Policy Committee. October 25th, that was today, CPA Finance Committee. I too would also like to thank Mr. Tennyson and Commander Tennyson for your words about Officer Kostachenko. He made the ultimate sacrifice and will always be remembered in our community. Thank you. Okay. And that's all I have to report out. So that will bring us down to the consent agenda.
Titles of the runner.
Move the approval of consent.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please vote. And that passes unanimously. Okay, that brings us down to the public hearing, which is item P, if I have it right. And do we have a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Council. I'll be handling this item. The item that's before you this evening is a consideration of a zoning ordinance amendment to become consistent with state law SB 1186. SB 1186 was approved by the governor in 2022, and it will be effective January 1 of 2024. It generally is now taking from cities its abilities to prohibit the retail sale of medicinal cannabis by delivery. And so now the city is obligated to at least identify one zone where a retail sale of medicinal cannabis by delivery will be permitted. Therefore, it was reviewed. We looked at different areas in the city, and it was determined that the M2 zone, which is currently for general manufacturing, would be a suitable location, given that if the city does not at least pick one area for the zoning to be permitted, effectively all zones will be allowed for that use. And so that use is permitted, but again, only if a conditional use permit is obtained, and some of those things require that they have their state permit as well. So the ordinance, again, is being proposed in order to become compliant with state law. The item was sent to the Planning Commission on October 3rd, and it was approved by a motion of 4-0. There was one commissioner absent, recommending that the ordinance be approved. The recommended action is to find that the ordinance is exempt under CEQA. I would request a reading by title only of the ordinance and waive further reading and introduce the ordinance as will be read by title by myself. And if you have any questions, I can answer them.
Are there any questions? Okay, Mr. Kildee, I'll let you go first.
Thank you. Just want to make sure that I understand this. This is only for delivery. This is not a physical storefront. It's delivery only. Is that correct?
That would be correct. So the terminology would be a non-storefront medicinal cannabis delivery. So that's why we determine M2 would be a reasonable place for it to be, because there is no foot traffic that would be allowed, no storefront aspect to the use.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Tremblay?
Just a question, thank you. Just a question to clarify. This is a situation where the city council has zero discretion. Is that correct?
That's right. And again, it's, if we were not to pick one zone, the state basically says de facto all zones.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions? No? Okay. Do we have any public comment on this item? Oh, it's a public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing. Do we have any public comment on this item? No? Hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and leave it back to the council.
Request a reading by title. Madam Mayor, I'd request a reading by title only of the ordinance.
Thank you. This is ordinance number 2014, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Camarillo, California, amending sections 19.55.030 and 19.32.040, and the addition of section 19.32.325 of the Camarillo Municipal Code to implement state law related to medicinal cannabis. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'd move staff recommendations 1 and 3 respectively.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, please vote. And that passes unanimously. At this point, we will be taking a brief recess, but before we do that, we have something very important to do. I'd like to take a moment to honor the life of Jillian Landsman. Jillian was an important member of our finance department. Jillian was known for her positivity and willingness to help anyone. She was respected amongst her peers and was a dedicated and valued member of the city team. Jillian was a wonderful friend, a cherished daughter and sister, and an inspiration to so many as she handled life with strength and grace. Her impact will be remembered by the many lives she touched, and on behalf of my colleagues and the city staff, I'd like to extend my deepest condolences to the Landsman family. I'd like to ask everyone in attendance to observe a moment of silence in honor of Jillian Landsman. Thank you for helping to honor her life. We will now recess for a short break and come back for public comment and our final agenda item. There we go. I'd like to reconvene this meeting of the Camarillo City Council. It is now the time, we're going to start with the flag salute. Mr. Tennyson, will you lead us in the flag salute?
Please rise and join me. Place your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Let the record reflect that all council members are present. Now is the time for general public comment. This is for public comment for items that are not on the agenda. So far, I have 2 public comment cards for general items. The first one is Garrett Bentley. And you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Yes, so hello, my name is Garrett Beatty, and currently I am trying to construct and create a first responders memorial within the Camarillo City. Every day, our first responders, they do their best to help us in any way they can, and we've seen this over plenty of years. We've seen this a ton during COVID. The firefighters helped us out a ton during all the wildfires that we all know we've gone through. And of course, we've had countless police officers help us throughout the years, especially officers like Deputy Eugene. And I really want to put on and create this memorial to honor those, and not only that, but to inspire our current responders to keep pushing forward as a thank you for all that they do. Moreover, in 2021, I had a major head injury that required 2 surgeries and the implantation of a prosthetic into my head. And it's only because of the great work of all the medical staff there why I'm here today. So I'm planning on putting this within the firefighting training center within or near the Camarillo Airport. And I'm trying to raise as many funds as I can to do the project. It's going to cost about $7,000 minimum to get it put in place, and about $15,000 maximum for me to put in the whole project. I have flyers and business cards that I have around, and I think the project could really mean a lot to really anyone, and it'd help us all to reflect on what the first responders have done. So if you're interested in helping me out, that'd be anyone here, or if you would like to spread the word, I'm gonna stick behind a little bit afterward, and yeah, so thank you.
Thank you for your comments. There's no... Anthony Timpey?
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me. And I was here back in April because it was, I guess it was March that I was had an 11-month ban put on me at the Camarillo Library for a disagreement and some negative stuff that had happened. And so what I did was I, served my time and everything. And I was thinking about this. The last time that I came here and asked for help, I was told that it's to the discretion of the director at the library whether they want to, because back then in April, I'd only been gone for a month or so, and I said, or suggested, how about, 60 days or 90 days? Well, that got rejected. But anyway, now it's 8 months now, so I thought, well, how about December 9th? So I calculated that if I waited till December 9th, it would be 82% of the 11-month, 9 versus 11. And 82% is quite a bit of, serving my time for, I never went over there. I honored exactly what they had asked me for. And this isn't about, winning or being, winning sides or anything. It's because of I'm partly disabled, and I have a part-time business as a landscape photographer. And it's, being poor, it's very costly to drive. Now I have to go to Moore Park, Simi Valley, or go out to Ventura and go to the libraries that, I used to frequent the Camarillo Library almost every day to try to seriously either look for a job or a room for rent or like business, try to go to doctors, which I have multiple going on, this and that. So what I was going to ask you is I had written another letter. I've got it in my pocket. I don't know if you have a copy of it. It has my name and phone number that even though it's still up to them, but if the facts show that I've honored exactly what they said, could they be a little lenient because of the cost of the gas and everything? And I really like the Camarillo Library. And I feel bad about what happened. I don't have anything like, oh, you feel good about it. But anyway, so I was going to ask you maybe if you could just talk to Miss Mandy Nasser and say he came in, he asked, he said he would formally apologize to the person that I accidentally misgendered. That cost me 11 months. And I've been living here in this town for 5 years. And there's no record of me causing any trouble at any store, anywhere for that matter, until this happened. And I feel bad about it, so I want to man up and say, okay, well, what can I do to correct my behavior so it doesn't happen in the future? Just stay focused on my work and not, try to put my opinion out there. So I was just going to ask you if you could maybe talk to her about it and say he's asking again because I got kicked out on, I think it was March 9th, and they said you can go back on February 9th, 2024. So I thought, well, what about December 9th, which is, 9 months, which is 82%, if they would maybe be lenient and just maybe let me back.
Thank you for your comments.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, would anybody else like to speak on non-agendized items? Okay, then we are going to move on to our next item, which is item Q, which is the triennial review for the referral of Newey Camarillo.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. Before staff begins their presentation, I wanted to add some information for the public. As was reported earlier, we had to add a closed session agenda item to the agenda to address a letter received from the applicant's attorney. Within that letter, there were statements regarding concerns with the description of the item tonight and the Brown Act and whether that was sufficient. Although the city does not agree with the contention, in order to accommodate the applicant's stated concerns as it relates to the triennial review this evening, the council will receive staff's presentation and the applicant's presentation and take public comment of those that would like to provide public comment on the item. At the end of public comment, the council will recess the item for this evening until November 8th. For the agenda description on November 8th, it will also state the potential actions the council may take as follows. The council may determine to continue study of the referral or rescind the referral as provided for under Policy 7.01E Triennial Review. Then at the November 8th meeting, any member of the public that did not provide public comment this evening will be permitted to provide public comment at November 8th. Thereafter, the City Council will discuss and deliberate on the referral. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a presentation?
Good evening, Mayor Santangelo, Vice Mayor Tremblay, and members of the City Council. City Council Policy 7.01 was adopted by the City Council for considering proposed amendments to the Camarillo General Plan. The process begins with the submittal of a referral application, which is presented to the City Council for their initial consideration. The City Council, at their discretion, may order further processing or may terminate application proceedings at that point. Referring an application for further study does not imply the ultimate approval or disapproval of a general plan amendment by the City Council. A triennial review is conducted every 3 years after the referral application was referred to staff for further study. At the conclusion of the referral, or at the triennial review, the City Council may either choose to continue to study the referral or rescind the referral. As Policy 7.01 relates to the referral for New Camarillo, the referral application was initially presented to the City Council on September 27th of 2017. And after reviewing the request, the City Council ordered further processing of the referral application. The referral contemplates redesignating 31 acres from the current quasi-public designation to low-medium density residential, 10 units per acre, over a portion of the existing Camarillo Springs golf course. On September 20th of 2020, the City Council conducted the first triennial review of the referral and voted 3-2 to allow the referral to remain in place and for staff to continue to study the referral. And this is a map showing the 31 acres contemplated in the referral, which is outlined in red. The remaining 150 acres of the golf course would remain as quasi-public use for golf course. The golf course is generally located south of Ridgeview Street and Ador Lane, east and west of Camarillo Springs Road. The City Council authorized the processing of the referral subject to the preparation of the following studies: a fiscal impact analysis, a property value analysis, a hydrology and hydraulic study, and California Environmental Quality Act review. And these studies have been prepared, and I will summarize these on the next few slides. The Nadelson Dale Group was contracted by the city to prepare the economic study. The study concluded that development of residential units and reconfiguring the golf course into a 12-hole course is not likely to result in significant negative property value impacts within the Camarillo Springs golf course community. However, value appreciation could lag if the golf course were to close and development be considerably delayed. The study evaluated the maintenance costs submitted by the applicant for new community facilities, which would be funded by the new development's HOA. According to the study, costs appear to be reasonable, subject to caveats based on certain limitations provided in the data provided by the applicant. The study observed that the golf course is in need of renovations, and an influx of at least $6.8 million would be needed to help establish its long-term viability. The third study that the City Council required in the referral was a detailed hydrology and hydraulic study. Extensive analysis of the applicant's drainage plan concluded that the potential risk of flooding cannot be eliminated due to the inability to provide an unobstructed emergency overflow spillway to guarantee there would be no increase in flooding hazards under any rainfall scenario. The proposed flood protection measures are dependent on mechanical devices that could be subject to lack of maintenance, rendering the devices and their flood protection ineffective. The proposed project location has experienced brush fires, intense rainfall, and destructive mud and debris flows, all potential risks contributing to possible flooding of the existing and proposed homes. Policy 7.01 provides guidelines for considering proposed amendments to the general plan, including that all proposed amendments should be evaluated with consideration for environmental impact. In accordance with this policy, the City Council referral included that CEQA review be undertaken. In 2020, a draft EIR was circulated for a 45-day public review, and based on revisions by the applicant to the master drainage plan and floodplain analysis and the tentative track map, certain sections of the draft EIR were recirculated. The revised draft EIR identified significant and unavoidable impacts with respect to hydrology and water quality. And this is a map that shows the project that was evaluated in the EIR, and that project included the change in land use designation for the 31 acres of the golf course from quasi-public to low-medium density residential, a change of zone, a tentative track map, and a residential plan development permit for the development of 248 age-restricted single-family detached units, private recreation center, walking trails and parks, reconfiguration of the golf course into a 12-hole course, and renovating the golf course clubhouse. The general plan sets the vision about how a community will grow, reflecting community priorities and values while shaping the future. Any proposed amendment to the general plan should consider whether the proposal aligns with that vision and community priorities. The next few slides discusses how the referral relates to other elements of the general plan, as any proposed amendment should be evaluated with consideration with the balance of the current general plan. The introduction of the Camarillo General Plan describes planning as the continuous process of guiding land development and represents a conscious effort to shape the physical environment for the welfare of those who live and work in the community. One of the most fundamental decisions in planning begins with land use and what to put where. The referral contemplates a change to the land use map that would allow residential uses on 31 acres of the golf course. In considering a change to the land use map, the city's land use element includes the following statements, which are shown on the screen. Adequate recreational facilities and space to satisfy a community-wide need should be considered and include a diverse recreational program for both passive and active recreation. Open space within Camarillo is found in the form of parks, agricultural lands, hillside areas, golf courses, and waterways. The city's recreation element of the general plan states, the Camarillo Springs golf course, located on the easterly side of the city of Camarillo, is an 18-hole public golf course with clubhouse, pro shop, and restaurant. This facility provides a significant amount of open space and should be continued as a satisfying part of the regional needs for recreation. Related to the recreation element is the open space and conservation element. Open space is considered an important component of any well-planned community, and the government code describes open space land as a limited and valuable resource which must be conserved wherever possible. The city's general plan acknowledges that parks, parkways, reservoirs, playgrounds, and golf courses make up part of the open space within the city. Under SB 1425, the city is required to review and update its local open space plan by January 1st of 2026 and address resilience and other co-benefits of open space, including supporting habitat, recreation, natural resources, and historic and tribal resources. With respect to tribal resources, the vicinity of the proposed site is known to be sensitive for Native American resources. After nearly 2 years of study, the 2021 through 2029 housing element was certified by HCD on April 14th of 2023. A critical part of the housing element approval process requires that a local jurisdiction accommodate a fair share of the region's projected housing needs, called the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA for short, and for jurisdictions to demonstrate it has sufficient land to accommodate the RHNA. The city was allocated a RHNA of 1,376 units. The city's land inventory demonstrates there is sufficient capacity to exceed the 1,376 RHNA. Converting the 31 acres for residential use would add housing units in the city. However, the area was not identified in the adopted housing element as one of the sites for residential development, nor is additional housing units needed to satisfy the city's RHNA. The city's general plan includes a community design element, which was adopted to assist the city in the preservation and enhancement of Camarillo's unique and physical visual character. The community design element states, the 4 golf courses found within the community serve as important visual, recreational, and cultural amenities. These facilities should continue to be operated and maintained with a goal of maximizing available resources while providing the highest quality visual and landscape elements. The community design element also identifies Highway 101 as a scenic corridor. Currently, views of the golf course can be seen when traveling on Highway 101. A change in the land use designation would change the current views if the 31-acre portion of the golf course was developed into residential units. The view of the golf course from the existing homes backing onto the golf course would also be altered, as currently these homes benefit from the view of the golf course. The government code specifies that a general plan shall include a safety element for the protection of the community from any unreasonable risks, which include those associated with wildland and urban fires. The city is currently in the process of updating the safety element, and in the update, the city is required to address wildfire hazard planning in the very high fire hazard severity zone. The entire Camarillo Springs area, including the project site, is located within a very high fire hazard severity zone, which is shown on the map in red. A proposal to change the land use on a portion of the golf course to allow for residential development should consider whether to avoid placement of such uses in areas subject to wildfire threats that could place future development at risk. In conclusion, the City Council has wide discretion in making the legislative decision of whether a proposed change to the land use map of the general plan is appropriate and desirable for the city, or is not in the best interest of the overall welfare of the community, and may consider the items discussed in considering the triennial review. And this concludes staff's report.
Thank you. And do we have a presentation from a developer?
Thank you. For the clerk, I just have copies of the presentation just in case anybody would rather have a physical copy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Santangelo and council members. Again, I'm Jonathan Frankel with New Urban West, and it's my great pleasure to be here with you once again. Thank you for this opportunity to speak this evening. It has certainly been a long journey for us in this project. And over the past 6 years, we've gotten the opportunity to know the Camarillo Springs community very well and really spend a lot of time here in Camarillo and have really enjoyed that process. Our team has continued to work diligently. I work on this project every single day. We've continued to work diligently to advance a design and a project that focuses on a number of key objectives, a few of those which I'll speak about this evening. But when I was here last time, I told you that I feel very strongly about the work that New Urban West does because New Urban West built my parents' home. I grew up in a New Urban West house. And I know what it means to have the safety and stability of a home, of course, for young families, but also for seniors. And so this experience really puts my job into greater focus. And I can assure you that this focus is what we take every single day to planning and designing this project at Camarillo Springs. So my presentation tonight will focus on 3 key issues that we hear a lot about from the community. The most common issues that are raised to us. That is flood safety, golf, and the economic impact of this project on property values. Firstly, flooding. And flooding is obviously been a major focus of the city's EIR as well as the third-party review. And we were very supportive and pleased that the city hired a third party to work with us collaboratively to figure out how we make this the absolute safest system it can possibly be. And as part of that analysis, we analyzed 5 what the report calls additional events. And these were scenarios designed to analyze the, quote, extreme limits of the drainage system. This analysis that was done in collaboration with your third-party consultant exceed and go far beyond any published federal or local standards for flooding. And the good news is that in all 5 of these extreme scenarios, the system functions as intended. It allows the 154 existing residences that are in an officially designated FEMA flood hazard zone to be removed from that zone and not inundated in the event of a major storm. This includes, of course, the standard 100-year storm, but also includes a multi-day storm, which is 3 days of rainfall followed by a full 100-year storm event. So it functions, again, in all of these scenarios. As you know, this project has been reviewed extensively by both FEMA and Ventura County Watershed Protection District, and they've reached a number of conclusions regarding the system, namely that the proposed drainage system is considered passive. It includes multiple redundant safety features to accommodate volumes of rainfall that have actually never occurred in the recorded history of Camarillo Springs. And the EIR, the city's own EIR, concludes there aren't any elements of the proposed drainage plan that require active operational activity by anyone or anything. We've also heard from residents about golf and how important that is to them, and golf is a centerpiece of this plan. We are extremely committed to delivering a world-class golf facility here. And we're very pleased that the city also hired a third party, the National Golf Foundation, to conduct a study on the viability and feasibility of a new 12-hole golf concept here at Camarillo Springs. Firstly, the National Golf Foundation concluded that there is an urgent need for new capital investment, meaning this golf facility cannot be sustained in the long term without additional sources of revenue. And of course, we propose housing in order to subsidize the construction of the new golf course. Without that, on greens fees alone, the National Golf Foundation is very clear, this facility cannot be sustained and will not be sustained. With respect to the 12-hole golf option, this is the only chance for profitability of all the alternatives studied. There were a number of alternatives studied, including a 9-hole and an 18-hole concept. And that in the event that this project moves forward, it is reasonable for the city of Camarillo to expect the facility to provide a sustainable golf operation here at Camarillo Springs. The city also hired a third party to analyze the economic impacts of this project. And as Ms. Lee just mentioned, this project is not anticipated to result in any negative impact to home values, which is consistent with our own research and conclusions. We know that what does impact home values is uncertainty. And that was made very clear in the Nadelson Dale study, that at the time the golf course was purchased and it was uncertain whether the course would remain in operation, home values fell. When the plan for revitalization of the golf course was announced, home values consistently rose over time. And so uncertainty is the driving factor in home values, and we're very pleased that the city, again, had a third party analyze this and demonstrate that there is no negative economic impact as a result of this project. So at this time, we have a very brief video that just shows you what the community could look like in the event this project is built. There was audio. I don't think it is working, of course, but in any case, the visuals are just as good. And finally, we have a number of members of our team here tonight, including PACE, Pacific Advanced Civil Engineering, who were the principal architects of our master drainage plan. So should you have any questions about the plan, we hope you will provide them an opportunity to describe their design, their expertise in this area. And with that, that concludes my presentation. Of course, we'd be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Do we have any clarifying questions for anybody? Okay. All right. We're going to start public comment for this item. Before I do, I want to go over some ground rules. There are a lot of people here tonight, and the goal is that everybody who wants to speak get an opportunity to speak. And so because of that, we are going to keep to our 3-minute limit. That means you come up and you have 3 minutes. The timer is, I can see the timer and you can see the timer. It will turn, the light will turn to yellow at 2 minutes, but you can keep going. When it turns red, that's when your time is up. And I am going to cut you off if you keep going. That's only fair to everybody that you have the same amount of time. I'm also going to ask that there's no applause or noise or comments made during or after people speak. The primary reason is when you do that, we can't hear what's being said. So we want to be able to hear everybody. But it can also dissuade other people from coming up to speak, and that's not fair to them as well. So let's try to do that. You don't have to use all 3 minutes. You can if you want, but you don't have to use all 3 minutes. We have quite a stack of cards. A lot of people want to speak tonight. I do have a stack of yellow cards. If you don't want to speak, but you still want to make your opinion known, you can submit a yellow comment card. This is a non-speaking comment card, so those help as well. There will be no yielding of time, so you can't come up and allow somebody else to have extra time by giving your time to them. Each person, each speaker has 3 minutes of their own to use. I'm going to call 2 people at a time, so we'll have everybody ready. We'll have this person speaking, and then you'll know that you're next. I think that's it. Any questions? All right, let's jump in. Scott Taylor is the first speaker, and after that will be Dean Garcia.
Hi, my name is Scott Taylor, and I live at Camarillo Springs Golf Course. I do historical restoration on the state park system, and I'm totally into historical stuff of California. And not one time mentioned in all of this development is that Camarillo Springs is called Camarillo Springs because there's springs down there. These guys got a plumbing problem because there's springs down there. And they have to reroute those springs into that river that goes by somehow, getting an elevation to go to flow, get it out of there. So apparently they've corrected that with their development. My concern is there's about 5 lakes out there that are spring fed that have been there for 1,000 years. The Indians, the Chumash Indians, used that whole valley there for a campground because it was the only fresh water in the area to drink. They made a spiritual mountain next door for the burial ground. So this is sacred land, and I've known that since the day I moved in. It's only logical. Thousands of years, people had to come to that valley because of the fresh water. Now they're taking these springs out with our natural ducks that come in, and geese come from the north every winter, and we have all kinds of wildlife there, which I love. And the whole place is a jewel right now. And if we take these 6 holes away and stick in 300 homes, it's turn it into a city.
I'm sorry, there's no applause. Hi. Everybody, can I have your attention? I really mean that. It's just going to delay things, and it means that we can't hear people. Thank you. Next up is Dean Garcia. And then after Dean will be Jeanette Bradfield.
Hi. I just can't understand building on a seeping oil field. I've been out there. I've seen the pond full of oil. What about the kids playing in their yard? And Traffic, we need more traffic.
Yeah,
here.
sir, pull the microphone down.
Okay,
There you go.
we can start over?
You may.
Oh, okay. Building on a seeping oil field, I've been out there playing golf. I've seen the oil in the pond. That's going to keep going on. And can you imagine building homes on that and having your kids playing out in the yard, possibly toxic soil? And the traffic camera, we need more traffic, right? What about our sanitation system? How many more toilets are we going to have to clean up? And Canal Grade, we don't need more cars. So I don't know. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Jeanette Bradfield, and then Jackson Piper will be next.
Hello, Jeanette Bradfield. We live at
Pull the mic down. There you go.
79 Margarita, right on the ponds. It has been 7 years that the city has had our fate in their hands. Our fate includes the flood plan failure. New Urban West flood plan does not protect us from flood or the need for insurance. Fire. We are subject to the fire at any time. Evacuation in Camarillo Springs is next to impossible now. Add 600 more cars, guess what? Lahaina or paradise. More exits will not help. We are subject to pollution from dirt, noise, pollution from the killer oil, hammering for years. Our wildlife will not exist, and we have lots of critters. Our view will no longer exist. Bottom line, stop it now. Our peaceful life will not exist. Our safety will not exist. A golf course will not exist. And the beauty of Camarillo Springs will not exist. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Jackson Piper, and then will be Mike Mishler.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Santangelo and members of the Camarillo City Council. My name is Jackson Piper. In disclosure, I am not a resident of Camarillo. I am a resident of Newbury Park. However, I am also one of the co-leads of the Ventura County YIMBY Advocacy Group, which was formed 4 years ago to advocate for more and better housing throughout Ventura County. In all honesty, I wouldn't usually be advocating for a single-family home project. However, this one carries benefits that I feel are extremely valuable to the community and to the entire Ventura County region. Namely that, first, it will provide 248 homes that will be targeted towards the senior 55 and above demographic, so retirees or near retirees. And this will have the co-benefit of providing the 248 housing units, most likely single-family homes that are currently being inhabited by those prospective residents, to new residents, probably still from within Ventura County, that need housing, quite probably single families or groups of people that can inhabit the entire household, whereas currently it is very likely that there are a bunch of empty nesters, downsized families inhabiting many single-family homes throughout Ventura County that don't need that kind of space, have trouble maintaining that kind of space, and quite frankly, as they get older, will not benefit from remaining in a very large single-family home that was not designed specifically for their needs in the late 20th century. So I believe that this project carries a great deal of benefits for the city of Camarillo and for the residents throughout Ventura County. Secondarily, I also think that it is important to note that this project is proposed will lift 60 homes that currently exist in Camarillo Springs out of the floodplain, eliminating the need for insurance to be paid by those 60 homeowners, and also protecting those homes from the inevitable storms that we are going to face in the future and potential for flooding and damage that might cost those property owners a great deal more. The need for housing of all kinds in Ventura County is great. I urge the City Council to, first with this review, move the project forward, and as soon as possible, please approve this project and see that these theoretical housing units are turned into actual housing units that can provide a residence for people to live in. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Piper, just one question. What was the name of the group that you said that you're a part of?
It's Ventura County YIMBY, Y-I-M-B-Y. It stands for Yes in My Backyard.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Mishler. I'm sorry. Mike Mishler, come on up to the mic. Oh. Okay. Okay, Mark Malloy. And next will be Susan King.
6 years ago, I was stunned that City Council voted 4-1 to consider a conversion of one of Camarillo's largest public recreation spaces into housing based on the claim the golf course was not economically viable. Ron Richards threatened the city, stating that if council would not consider conversion of some of the course to housing, that he would close it the next day and all employees would lose their jobs. For years, Newey's golf industry experts declared the course unsustainable, on the verge of operational collapse, and it was losing money. Meanwhile, drastically reduced irrigation and turf care had made course conditions the worst in Ventura County, decreasing the amount of play and creating a neighborhood eyesore. So when I read the staff report for tonight's meeting, I was more than a little amused to see that the course has been operating profitably. According to the information on page 125, the course turned a net profit on operations of $698,000 in 2020, $735,000 in 2021, and $325,000 in 2022. A glance further down the page reveals the course has non-operational costs of $640,000 a year for debt service. That's a cool $53,000 a month, almost 1/3 of total revenues. $53,000 a month in payments will cover a $10 million loan at 30-year term at 4.8%. Based on what the course pays in property taxes, the county thinks the course is worth less than $6 million, way below the amount of debt being serviced. This was never about saving Camarillo Springs Golf or protecting our community from flooding. This GPA request is an attempt to rescue the owners from massively over-leveraging the property by having the city dramatically increase its value through rezoning. The council must reject this proposal because it has significant unavoidable impacts that make it illegal based on the California Environmental Quality Act, and because the city's master plan does not include more housing in this area, nor is it needed. The council also knows that per its master plan, Camarillo has a very substantial shortfall of publicly owned recreation space, and the permanent removal of 63 acres of property now part of the golf course for the housing project reduces public recreation space and makes it increasingly harder to address the shortfall in the future. I knew all along there was no reason this golf course should be failing, and now we know that's not the case, despite the owner's attempts to portray it as unsustainable. In the hands of owners that want to succeed, this course could be the jewel it once was. My neighbors and I look forward to that day. Camp Spring residents have been living with this threat for 6 years. You now have the documentation to make a final decision, and I hope you stop it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan King, and then next up will be Lisa Stedman.
Good evening. I'm here simply to register my support for the project. I won't take up the full 3 minutes. You have plenty of speakers ahead of you, and a lot of us will say the same thing. Progress is tough, and it's hard to move forward, and it's hard to accept change. But these are the decisions that you have to make going forward for the city. So I know that you will make a good decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Stedman, and then will be Faith LaPlante.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Lisa Stedman, and I'm a resident at Camarillo Springs. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this project. I'm in full support of the redevelopment proposal for the Camarillo Springs Golf Course, and I'm truly excited for what it will bring to our neighborhoods. New senior housing, a revitalized golf course, and increased public safety as part of this project are a good thing for Camarillo. We, the community, deserve a full and public process for the review of this project. Please do not block the project prematurely. Please allow the referral to continue forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Faith LaPlante, and next will be Mark Pettit.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Faith LaPlante, and I am an employee at the golf course, as well as my brothers, Nathan and Ian LaPlante. Investment in this golf course and new homes will create good jobs and economic activity in the city of Camarillo, and I think we all can agree that is a really good thing. This project is an investment in our community. I believe stopping this process prematurely only harms the community and the opportunities for further and future investments in our neighborhoods. Please allow this project to continue forward in the full public process when we have all the facts and information. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Pettit, and then we'll have Trevor Zerhut.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Mark Pettit, and I'm a 40-year resident of Camarillo and Ventura County. I'm also an architect and a planner, and 7 years ago, I was in this room when the initial GPA request came forward. And I thought, wow, that's kind of interesting. So I followed it for the last 6.5, 7 years, thinking that, wow, maybe this is something I could take a look at. My kids are in high school at the time, and I thought, well, maybe this is something for me and for my wife. My kids are gone. I doubt they'll ever come back. They can't afford it here. I'm stuck with my wife in a big lot, a relatively good-sized house, 2 stories, and as was mentioned earlier, this kind of fits a bill for those that would like to stay in Camarillo. I think that it would be important for you to continue the process and let all the reports come in and make your decision then. But I think this is a really interesting project, solves a lot of problems, and I hope you consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Trevor Zerhut, and then we'll have Gabriela Magyar. Gabrielle Magyar. And then after will be Harry Acosta? Harry Acosta. Okay.
Honorable council members, the proposed golf course project has numerous serious problems, even if all the mitigation measures are fully implemented. The wetland and endangered and threatened wildlife will be harmed. Mountain lions, southwest pond turtles, and the least bell's vireo will be hurt. Heavy machinery used for grading may cause oil and gas leaks from the oil fields. The increase in population will slow emergency evacuation. Flooding of adjacent homes may increase, as the city has stated in writing. Water pollution can increase, as stated in the EIR. The current owners purchased the golf course 8 years ago and have not done a good job of maintaining it. If past actions are any indicator of future ones, they also might not do a good job mitigating all the issues identified in the EIR. I would like to remind the council that a few years ago, the city approved the building of homes near a cliff with disastrous results. Numerous houses were buried in mudslides as a result. This project can lead to even more severe impacts. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe this is Larry Acosta or Harry Acosta. I'm sorry, I couldn't read it.
That's Larry Acosta.
Larry, go right ahead.
Mayor, council members, my reason for here tonight is that I am totally against this project. My wife and I moved in here 10 years ago, and we are planning to live the rest of our life, however long that may be, and we've loved where we lived. But now this man and his people come in here and they have these grandiose ideas about what it's going to do. It is a disaster. All of these different things, including the wildlife and everything else that is there that can go wrong, will go wrong. My main concern is the last time we had to evacuate, it took 2 hours for the community to get out. If you allow these new homes to come in, and at 2 cars per family nowadays, that's about another 500 cars that are going to have to get out of there. Fortunately, nothing really drastic happened the last time, but if it does, you people, every single one of you here, is going to have it on your conscience if something, some catastrophe should happen. The gentleman that spoke earlier, that he spoke to all these different people, he never came to my house. He never came to any of our neighbors' house that I know of. He says he was so interested in the welfare and new homes. All they're interested in is putting more money into their bank account. Bottom line. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Katia Wright. Katia Wright, and then will be TJ Caparelli.
Kind of short. Good evening, Mayor Santangelo and members of the City Council. My name is Katia Wright. The city has received...
Katia, can you speak up a little bit so we can hear you?
The city has received numerous comments about the proposed project. The vast majority of the letters were vehemently opposed to the project. Many letters were in favor of a project, but not this one. The commenters wanted a project that mitigates flooding and takes homes out of the flood zone. However, the proposed project may in fact do the exact opposite and increase the hazard of flooding. In a response to a letter dated July 12, 2023, the city stated, and I quote, "The proposed project is unable to guarantee that there would be no increase in flooding hazard. The revised draft EIR concludes that this is a significant and unavoidable impact of the proposed project." End quote. In response to PACE, the city stated, and again I quote, "The statement that the project does not increase flood hazards over existing conditions is factually incorrect." End quote. As you can see, the city has stated in writing that the proposed project may actually increase the danger of flooding. This project, if implemented, is a lawsuit waiting to happen. Thank you for your time and consideration of my comments.
Thank you. TJ Caparelli, and then next will be Jean Krikorian.
Hello, Mayor and Council members.
Bring the mic up closer, yeah.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. Afternoon. My name is TJ Caparelli, and I'm a golfer, and I played for the high school, and Camarillo Springs was our main course. And that was our course, and I'm for the renewed course at Camarillo Springs. So I love golf, but golf is very expensive, and it sometimes take a long time to play. A 12-hole course is perfect for golfers. First, it's going to be a modern course that will be more enjoyable and beautiful to look at, even from the grade. And because it's a smaller course, green fees will be more affordable. This will create an equitable and accessible way for players to play in Camarillo. I think we can all agree that high quality and easily accessible recreation opportunities are good things for Camarillo. Please allow this project. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Jean Krikorian, and then Jillian Hall will be next.
Good evening, Council. My name is Gene Krikorian. I am a principal with a firm called Proforma Advisors. It's a national recreation economic consulting firm with a specialization in golf course economics. I've been with Proforma about 10 years. Prior to that, I was the head of the golf practice for Economics Research Associates for about 25 years. My practice is both for private clients, but mostly for public sector clients. I've represented about 100 California public agencies over my tenure on golf-related issues. I'm very familiar with this area. I've done a number of studies for the City of Oxnard golf course, City of Ventura golf courses, City of Santa Barbara, Rustic Canyon, and other work in the area. So I'm very familiar with the market here in Camarillo. We were retained by the developer to look at the economic and market aspects of the proposed golf course and the existing golf course. And I think the first finding that we came to is that the existing course is in need of tremendous number of improvements, both the golf course and the support facilities. The value of the course, once some improvements are made, would be in the range of $4 to $5 million. The cost of improvements for the course and for the support facilities would be in excess of $10 million. The golf course is not economically viable and sustainable as it is. We looked at a number of options for the golf course and concluded that a 12-hole facility made the most sense. It's economically viable on an operating standpoint. It is consistent with the industry current trends. It's designed to facilitate a range of golfers, and in general, it is the preferred option. Essentially, what you have here is an opportunity to develop a golf course that's fully sustainable and supportable, but can only be done through the proceeds that are available through the residential development opportunity. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you. Jillian Hall. And next will be Karen Fraser.
Hi, I'm actually going to be speaking on behalf of my grandfather this evening, who's not able to make it, and my other grandfather is also over here involved in the support of the project, so I'll read his letter now. Greetings, City Council members. I'm John Gardner, and I live on the golf course at Camarillo Springs. I wish to express my disappointment and concern regarding the seemingly unreasonable amount of time and changing requirements the city review has taken at pretty much every point in the process. Finally, we are privy to the long overdue EIR report, which states clearly that except for the most outrageous demand of meeting a 1 in 1,000 year flood mitigation standard, the proposed project provides successful flood mitigation in multiple flood scenarios that includes a 500-year flood, which is 5 times greater than typical 100-year flood requirements of the city and of FEMA. Hindsight is a wonderful thing, and I'm sure the developer regrets the original good intention to help protect existing homes from flood exposure by offering to address the flood mitigation issues as a part of this project. It would have been much easier to propose new homes with subsidy to rebuild the golf course than to get entangled in this very complex but now proven strategy to make existing residents safer in all scenarios. There's no project that would be risk-free, and I contend that it is totally unreasonable to expect any developer to mitigate a 1 in 1,000 chance event. If we held all development to those standards, there would be no development at all, and I suspect no repair or maintenance of existing buildings. In addition, I was pleased to see that the economic and golf study clearly supports that the new project would increase property values and a denied project would negatively impact property values. I was pleased to see that the National Golf Foundation study clearly states that the proposed use of the property was in accordance with the available land and in sync with national trends for golf course use and sustainability. I won't repeat all of the other known benefits of the project, but I strongly encourage the council to consider the multiple favorable and study-supported elements of this project and the fact that all of the reports and studies are favorable except for the one statement of inevitable and significant flooding based on a specious and unrealistic 1,000-year flood standard. Am I out of time? Oh, sorry. The beep threw me off. I can't imagine any thoughtful response in view of these facts other than the full council support. Of course, I'm biased due to living on the golf course, but I believe this is a wonderful project for our city and a wide range of our citizens. Thank you for your consideration and blessings for making a wise decision regarding this project.
Thank you. Karen Fraser? And then will be Andrew Ronau.
I'm the executive director of nonprofit Home, Housing Opportunities Made Easier. I'm an organizer of the annual Ventura County Housing Conference and a Camarillo resident since 1999. It is my professional opinion, in my professional opinion, it is a disgrace that this Camarillo Springs project has been dragged through such an abhorrently long process for something we should have embraced and encouraged from the beginning. Frankly, it makes the city look ridiculous to all but the selfish NIMBY faction. Now, focusing just on housing supply and demand. The proposed homes provide an important incentive for active empty nest seniors to let go of their older, larger, underutilized homes where they use a small percentage of space, relocating instead to a smaller, more easily maintained home in an active setting. Much more moderately priced homes than the new Shea homes, this type of housing option is more affordable and fills a necessary gap in our Camarillo housing continuum. Perhaps this is why 75% of the people that expressed interest in purchasing in this project are from Camarillo. Yes, mostly from our own people. Continuing this thought process, when older family homes are put on the market, new families with young children move in, transforming and energizing a neighborhood. I've seen this happen in the last 10 years in my own neighborhood near Valley Lindo Park. These young people, these young families want to make Camarillo their home, raise their children here, but without the early entry single-family homeownership housing stock, they will and are going elsewhere. Again, the effects are felt down the line. These young, first-time home-buying families free up condos, apartments, even Section 8 and other capital A affordable housing for others. And I'm sure I don't have to tell you how desperate we are for housing at the lower and subsidized price points. Yes, we should also build capital A affordable housing directly, but when a project like this, with so many other benefits come along, benefits like mitigating flood issues, need I remind you of the 2014 mudslide and the city's response, renovation of an old golf course which nobody else seems to want to fund, and improvements to a relatively isolated neighborhood, when a project like this comes along, we need to jump at the chance to free up some housing supply and help people move up the housing chain. Approve this project without any more delay. Let empty nesters like myself downsize within Camarillo. Give young professionals like my children the opportunity to purchase an older starter home and free up the rental stock for people at the lowest income levels. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew Ronau, and then Harold Hyman. Okay. And you're Andrew? Harold Hyman? And then Gary Lewis.
Good evening, City Council. I've spoken to the City Council a few times over the years regarding this project. And as the years have gone by, I've seen wonderful things going on here in Camarillo. It's a beautiful city. This City Council and the past City Councils have done a marvelous job. We live in a place some of us call almost heaven, specifically Camarillo Springs. If you haven't been around Camarillo Springs, drive through there and you will see the most gorgeous little community you can find. The majority, vast majority of people that live in our development want to support this proposal. It's a proposal that
Continue.
Did they put their signs up?
We'll just.
They didn't listen to you, Chairperson. The majority of the people who live in Camarillo Springs support this project. You have seen, no doubt, the large number of signed petitions. We've had meeting after meeting with large groups of people wanting to know what they can do to promote this project. And we tell them we have a city council that will be responsive and care about our community. This is a well-planned development brought on by leaders in the housing industry with great input from the community. With that, I'm going to close. Hopefully they don't put their signs up. Very rude. We live in a democracy. There are different points of view. I don't agree with these people, but I respect their point of view. And I respect the special, wonderful City Council.
Thank you. Gary Lewis, please don't applaud. Gary Lewis and then Ron Kester. Okay. Okay. Bruce Johnson. And then it'll be Vicky Adrini.
I'm a somewhat newcomer to the area. I married my beautiful wife about 2 years ago, who is a resident at 49 Margarita. So, and I've been in that home many, many times. Watched the beautiful waterway outside the patio and enjoyed the view looking across that waterway. Unfortunately, it's now overrun with reeds. The general condition of the golf course has deteriorated to a point where after a rain, some of the fairways become unmanageable because of all the mud holes. This project, and I would hope that the council and mayor, you would overlook the generalities that are spoken by some with no backup, no data, no proof. The project, in reading the EIR and the mitigation measures, which takes care of traffic, the traffic study, which showed there would be very little impact to standard traffic patterns because there's just not that much use of traffic. For seniors, we don't go a whole lot of places. We're not going to work. We're not taking kids to school. So a lot of times we stay home, and many times we'll get in the car and go on a trip. like my wife and I did for 7 weeks back east. So the traffic study itself shows that traffic is not a significant factor, and it's shown in the EIR. As far as the wildlife is concerned, there are several mitigation measures in the EIR that address wildlife, nesting, the pond turtle, and all of the rest. And those issues are already considered, and there's a mitigation measure to take care of that. I would look at the overall status of the project and wish it could move along further, but I think the positives on the project far outnumber whatever negatives could come up, especially the fact that the flooding situation is cared for. Thank you.
Thank you. Vicki Andrini. And then we'll be Cheryl Novak afterwards.
Good evening. My name is Vicki Andrini, and I live in the Camarillo Springs community. As a resident of the Camarillo Springs golf course area, the golf course needs a full geological study. The golf course is a great golf course when managed properly, but it is on a FEMA floodplain. The land is not stable for buildings. History tells us it's been an issue. The golf course is unstable. Under the golf course is the Conejo oil field. The field itself had 53 wells and pumped an estimated 25,000 barrels of oil. It still has oil seepage. The community is in a fire zone. We need an evacuation route for 3,637 people. The Ventura Grand Jury 2013 report states that there were problems with the 2013 Camarillo Springs fire. There's always a potential for fire. Camarillo Springs fire cost $11,754 million. After the fire, there was a mudslide on December 13th, 2014, and a mandatory evacuation. We need an evacuation plan for 3,637 people. The golf course is in an earthquake-prone area. Some Palomares townhomes, foundations, and walls cracked because of expanding and contracting soil. The developer was told not to build, but found someone to say it was okay. The developer had to pay for damage. Solution was given by the engineer at the last meeting regarding the golf course. He said, do not build on the Camarillo Springs golf course. It is on a floodplain. Isn't that why the golf course was built? As a resident of the Camarillo golf course community, we need a full geological study and assurances that our community and the land are safe and protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl Novak, and then Chris Andrini. Okay. Chris Andrini, and then Louisa Levine.
Good evening. My name is Chris Andrini, and I've been a Camarillo Springs resident for 2.5 years. I'm going to kind of go on a common sense speech, if you will. As you drive on Camarillo Springs Road, on the left on Ador, you've got the Palomares, the Tiaras, all the single-family homes there. You come down to the right, there's the courtyards. You come into the Springs, you've got the Country Club Estates, all the mobile homes there. And then, of course, you have the Springs, which was approved by the city, 259 homes. And as the previous speaker, my wife, said, there's over 3,500 residents. And there's one lane out from the Springs, one lane out from Ador. Common sense tells you that you have built enough and have approved enough building around in that area. common sense says do not build any more homes and add population to that area. Also, as far as the grandiose talk about a rooftop restaurant, new clubhouse, walking trails, my question is, number one, I have not seen any plans for those, and are we guaranteed we're going to get that along with these 248 homes? Who's going to take care of the walking trails, these spillways, the floodgates that they're using those? That is a cost that's going to have to be incurred every year to keep those free of debris. And who's going to take care of that? Who's going to pay for that? Again, getting back to the plans of this fancy restaurant, this is not Beverly Hills or Bel Air. These are not $3 million homes. This is a small community, retired community, with fairly reasonable prices for homes. And again, there just needs not to be more building in this area. We've already intruded on the wildlife. We do not need to do that anymore. And as my wife has stated, it's oil fields, there's springs. That land is unstable to build on. In the end, I hope that the city does not look at this as revenue or as money, as the lawyer and this developer is. It's all about the money. They don't care about the community. They don't care about the golf course. They don't not care about the residents. I hope and pray that the city council looks at this as not being in the best interest and the welfare of the community and makes a common sense decision, not a money decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Louisa Levine, and then Sean Kalbach.
Good evening, Mayor and Honorable Council members. Do I state where I live or just go into it? No.
You can just go.
I live in, by the golf.
Do me a favor, move over a little bit so you're in front of the mic. There you go.
I live with my husband at 21 Margarita Avenue, right on the golf course. And what I want to say is all of this has been so much discussed, and but I think the main argument is safety first. We're talking about loss of property in a flood situation or in a fire situation, loss of property, and loss of human life. I'm just going to refer to the revised draft of the EIR, that it does not meet the requirements, the city's requirements of an unobstructed emergency overflow. It fails to guarantee that flooding hazards would not be increased. The fill embankment plan and drainage design guarantee that flooding will be significant and unavoidable. Every detention pond must have adequate emergency overflow spillways designed to work without manual intervention. And this must be a part of the plan. It's not, as of now. The revised draft of the EIR proposal to use a new type of flap gates fails to address the fact that flap gates are not appropriate for this type of project. They have not been used in housing projects in California because they have a high failure rate. Facts were backed by an independent study consultant who gave a thorough analysis at the meeting we had in, I think, April 13, 2022, I believe. And so I will urge you, honorable council members and mayor, to consider this responsibly, especially the vital issues that would affect our community, and oppose the construction, the building of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sean Kalbach, and then Brian Morris.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. My name is Sean. Thank you all for your time, including the city council, the naysayers, and the yaysayers. I'm here to apologize for all the windows I've broken on the course's neighboring homes. Just, no, I'm just kidding. Tack it on to the course redevelopment fee. No, in all seriousness, I'm here to stress my support for the NUWI's ambitions to downsize the golf course while repurposing the land for home development. My support comes from 3 motivations. 1, I enjoy the hobby and want the golf course to stay so I, like many others, can continue this hobby. 2, I've enjoyed the relationships I've developed with staff and other golfers I've met here and would appreciate that be continued. 3, I can sympathize with home buyers looking for a place to live in Ventura County. So on the first and second motivations, I really do enjoy the sport, and I imagine many others do too that frequent the course. I consider it an amazing hobby that teaches individuals, young and old, reputable values such as discipline and hard work. People can hone their craft and develop it into something they're proud of. Unfortunately, I started golf after COVID, and so I lost 2 years where I could have improved my 30 handicap to like a 29, but that's beside the point. My point is many people enjoy the opportunity to golf here, and contrary to popular belief, this opportunity is not readily replicable in nearby cities. It's not a simple ask of Camarillo Springs patrons and staff to relocate to like Los Robles or Sterling or whatever, what have you. The community built here will not be the same present elsewhere. So please, for these reasons, I stress my support to approve the proposition and keep the course open. And lastly, on the point about living opportunities in Ventura County, I believe it's been mentioned, like Camarillo Springs, mobile homes were first developed in like the early 1970s, and I imagine 99% of them are occupied, and I imagine there's a portion of the senior public ready to downsize in Camarillo to similar age-restricted homes. I know, for example, my parents both have that issue. NUWI's plans would create such age-restricted homes and increase the occurrences of seniors moving into these homes. Therein, family homes would be made available to the younger generation like myself and others who struggle to find properties for sale and without age restriction in Camarillo. Please, I hope you can sympathize with seniors needing a home to downsize to and empathize with young, terrible golfers like myself who need a home to upsize to, and approve this proposition for Camarillo Springs Golf Course. And on a final note, I see many of you have signs. I imagine and I believe with my heart that if you put down those signs and picked up a golf club and attended the course with me and any of my friends there, we'd be happy to give you tips and your opinion would switch instantly. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Brian Morris, and then Wesley Ponder. Yeah. Could we ask the people in the audience to really keep your voices down? It is really difficult to hear up here with the background noise. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable City Council. How nice to see you again. I'm going to read this as I wrote it before this announcement by Rachel Richmond as to what the continuation is going to be of this ongoing, I don't know what it is anymore, whether it's development plan or life cycle. I have no idea what it is. But anyway, apparently this is going to live and live and live and live as Mr. Richards continues to throw his barbs. So I'm going to read this anyway as I wrote it before the meeting. And I urge the Camarillo City Council to vote tonight to deny GPA 2017-2 and cause my appearances at City Council meetings to end. It's not going to happen again, apparently. I do, however, want to be sure that this last message ends on a positive note. Yes, it's been since January 2017 when I and Oppose became involved with this matter. It's been a long time. Nothing but professionalism has been displayed by the City Council. The city staff and records have been open to us and our questions. We have never felt favored or unfavored by the City Council at all, or the city. To this, we all say thank you. When I founded Oppose and asked for advice, Janet McDonald and Charlotte Craven suggested I make sure we support the views of the homeowners. As you have seen over the years, that is what we have done. Do most Camarillo Springs residents support the new Urban West plan? The answer is no, and by a large margin. Most want no part of it, even if they must gamble with the permanent loss of a golf course. You heard them say it. And these are the folks that say no, and they live on the golf course. Are the opposed homeowners informed of the facts, or do they just mimic the propaganda they hear? You heard them speak. They're informed of what they're talking about. Opposed members are vastly more informed than other homeowners, as we have published up to 66 updates, keeping them aware of status and the facts. That has always been our strength. So let's be blunt. Why don't we talk the dirty talk of truth? What is going on about getting this thing rejected or approved? Ron Richards is going to throw you stuff every time we get right up to this moment. He's done it, and he's done it all over the country, the state. He's done it in other projects that I've been involved with. All right, you knew it was coming, so why aren't we ready to at least stop those barbs?
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Next is Wesley Ponder, and then Andrew Thompson.
I live on 7032 Paseo Cantata. I live on the 10th tee, 9th hole. And I know only too well that during the pandemic times of 2020, when the course was left to its own devices and not maintained, it was a weed patch and practically a homeless encampment during that time. And to this day, it still is. And with the homeless encampment comes drugs, comes crime, and everything else. And you guys are responsible for that. And I'm going to hold you personally responsible, each and every one of you guys, if that happens. Because I don't think some of these folks out here that talk about, well, all the issues with regard to what could happen, should happen, your property values is going to tank. And I don't think you quite understand that. I understand that only too well. I purchased this place with the intent that I would have a lovely view of a golf course. Not a freaking homeless encampment or a weed patch that you all don't take care of when that occurs. Because I've already experienced that with you all in 2020 during the pandemic when it was left to its own devices, like I say. of I called 3 times. Nobody did anything about taking care of that, or the weed abatement, any of that. So at the end of the day, this is good for our immediate community that I speak for, and I just can't imagine that anybody would be against it, considering the property value assessment alone, and I don't understand that alone. So to me, there's no other way to go but to approve the project so the property values, if nothing else, can be, held up. So I'm just upset that that narrative hasn't been displayed thus far for whatever reason. You all, are concerned about traffic. There was a development that went in with condos, with homes that were in excess of 100, 10 years ago, and I've been there for 20 years, and I didn't see any really excess traffic impacting, that being an issue during that time. So I don't see where it's going to be a big deal with regard to the traffic and negotiating out. I think they're just a bunch of straw dogs, making stuff up along the way.
Sir,
So if
just
they wanna-
address us.
What's that?
Address the council.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, that's about all I have to say. I just hope you guys approve the project, and I see no reason not to. I'll hold each and every one of you accountable, as will a lot of people on the golf course. Thanks.
Thank you. And last, we have Andrew Thompson. If there's anybody else that would like to speak and want to get your card in.
Good evening, council members, mayor. I'm Andrew Thompson, resident of Camarillo Springs itself for the last 11 years. I also work for Caltrans, Department of Transportation. I have a little bit of education as far as flooding and where water and things go. First of all, let me thank you for your service and thank the police officers in this area, because I've personally had them remove several homeless. Sometimes I refer to them as other things, but homeless people, and the police department has been more than expedient to handling that issue. So please don't use liability in that manner on this council. It's degrading and it's not proper. They do a damn good job out here. Now I'm talking tonight about liability, and this does reflect you guys, and it reflects us as well. The flooding, okay? Everybody's talking about, oh, these floods going to go here, going to go there. Well, guess what? Every year that it's rained here, I have photographs of the entire golf course and the adjacent farmlands completely underwater. So if the water's already flooded in there without having any kind of runoff situations as you deem to employ, small 3 or 4 foot size drains, which who's going to clean a drain out? We can't even keep them clean from underneath the freeway. How are you going to keep one that's like a mile long? So I don't know how they're going to do that. It's physically not possible, for one thing. But anyway, if the water's already flooded, where are you going to put more water? How are you going to displace it? If it's already at a full level and the water drains are underwater, it's going to go backwards, if anything. So let's think logically. That place is in a flood control basin. It's a lovely golf course. It was remained a golf course for a reason from the founders of the city, because it's in a flood basin. You don't build in a riverbed, okay? This isn't rocket science. We've known this. It's been established for years. So let's please just keep that lovely golf course hopefully in better shape than it's been under Richards, because it used to look beautiful like 8-9 years ago. And if that's the way he keeps it up, then I have very little faith in that. But let's just keep it a lovely golf course. Make it better. Make it look nicer. Bring high school kids in here. Bring golfers in here. Keep it 18 holes. And let's keep this liability off of our backs, all of our backs. Because if you start flooding and losing people's lives and their properties, that will reflect on us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Would anybody else like to address the council? Thank you. Cheryl Harwood.
Good evening, council, and good evening, city. I'll just call you city because you have all different types of titles. My name is Cheryl Harwood. I'm from Camarillo Springs, and I wrote four presentations to you. I even spoke to you twice in my dreams. And I'm not saying any of that tonight because I am so motivated by what I've been hearing this evening, okay? First of all, Mr. Frankel says that the hydrology is, they did the absolute safest system. Flood flap, the flood flaps. Oh gosh, if I say that 10 times. Okay, the flood flap gates. They are not recommended, and you can look it up. It is not recommended for a residential development, and yet they're putting it in. But the biggest problem, and the city can tell you about this because they're fixing it all the time, is that they get clogged. Debris gets in front of them. Now, I came in front of you about the Callegas Creek and the effect that if Conejo Creek gets clogged and then the water's back up and then the flow down the Callegas right towards Camarillo Heights and Mission Heights. So welcome to our nightmare if that happens. Anyway, what I found out is the project was done to widen that creek in 2002. It was taken over by 5 districts that thought there was too much water going down the Callegas. And guess what? In a year, they only clean out the creek, Conejo Creek, one time. One time in a whole year. You think those flood flaps aren't going to go funny when it's only cleaned once a year? All I know is, you hear people talking, but the bottom line is we look to the city and we look to you, council members, to protect us from harm, even if we're unimaginably taking the wrong side on something, to keep us in line, to protect us. And as opposed, we're asking you to protect us from the fires and emergency evacuation problems that we already have, to protect us from flooding. I had my daughter stuck on the other side. She couldn't come home from school because of the 1998 flood. I had to wait for her, wondering if she was going to be sleeping who knows where, eating what. We need you to protect us.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to address the council on this item?
Good evening, council members. I've only addressed this council once a few months ago. I'm not prone to speaking. However, at that time, I had presented the council with a petition of 62 signatures out of 79 homes that actually are most affected by this development. That's on all the homes on Margarita, which face the golf course and the two open ponds, like myself, and all the way down to Isabel. And I heard some gentlemen say that we're all in favor of this development. Quite to the contrary. This petition basically stated that they would rather have those fields and that pond go wild rather than look out there and see homes develop. And I mean, this is, I have copies if you'd like to see them again. But these are all from the homeowners that face the freeway, that face the ponds and face the 14th and 15th fairways. That's a story in itself. I've been coming out here since the mid-'70s. My in-laws lived out here. I'm aware of all the floods. I remember when Irina, the main street was flooded, going back a long time. But yeah, if we can't protect our citizens, the seniors here, and the mobile home park, where are you going to protect them? You're going to protect, and you think those homes are going to be inexpensive? Those homes they're going to develop are probably will exceed $1 million. And again, somebody's brought up the thing, who's going to take care of the grounds, the cost of the upkeep, of the maintenance of the hydrology flappers and the grounds themselves? And if so, you're going to put that burden on the new seniors at that? I can imagine what the HOA fees would have to be. More than I would be willing to pay, for sure. Basically, that's where I stand, and I oppose the development in every way, shape, or form. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Would you like to be heard?
My name is Michael Morris. I don't live in Camarillo Springs. My father does. This just comes down to common sense. Money, safety. Everyone here remembers the Oakland Hills fire. My grandfather lived in the Highland Heights. There was only 2 roads out of there. Many people, unfortunately, perished in their cars trying to leave. Luckily, my grandfather made it out. This comes to heritage, comes to history, Indians. You've heard a lot of people talking about the oil. I was not aware of that part of it. That's going to be there for years. The flooding and then the golf course. I know you guys will make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to address the council? Okay, if there are people that would still like to address the council, if you could fill out your comment cards so that we can call you up.
Okay.
Go right ahead.
Good evening. I'm
Thank you.
Jane Watson, and I lived in the Springs. I live in the townhomes there, and I've lived there for 23 years. I back up to the golf course. I've seen it go down. But what bothers me about this whole thing, it's like they're using the golf course as the ploy to be able to build their houses. The golf course is going to come second. They want their houses built. the golf course will not be done until after the houses are done. And even while they're building these houses, this is a retirement community. These people bought these houses to live the rest of their life in. Can you imagine 5 or 6 years of building those houses, the noise? When they're digging all the dirt out from the hill to make their little levees to build the houses on? The noise, the dirt, everything. For these people who, they have a beautiful view now, and they're going to do this. Plus with them building on how they're going to build on the levee, the townhomes where I live are built on a crib wall. And there is not a good way of doing it. There are issues there with our patio sliding. And it's because it's on the crib wall. And that's how this is going to be built. And all the water from there is going to go down on the other people. I think this is a very bad idea, and it's not a good area to do it in, let alone, they've already talked about all the flooding. I mean, I've been evacuated, I think 3 times for fire, 2 times for floods. All that has to be taken into consideration. These houses aren't required to meet the quota that we need for Camarillo. We have already done that. Thank you for listening. I hope you make the right decision.
Thank you. Tom Tran?
Thank you so much for, I'd really like to thank you for the City of Camarillo for all the work that you all been done. I moved up here in 1996. I love Camarillo. I love Camarillo so much. But because of my family situation, I have to leave. My mom have a stroke, so I have to leave 13 years ago back to Hawthorne to take care of mom. As mom feeling better now, I come back up here again, be able to enjoy. I love golf. Every time I go to the golf course, I feel like I'm a Tiger Woods, you know? I love golf, you know? And I encourage, when I see the bunker, I feel, every time I see the sand bunker, I feel, to me, that's a woman laying there, you know? So I'm not to get near there, you know, but I respect every time I go in there. I have to slowly say, please let me out, you know, so I hit every time, you know, every time I'm going there, and I got out really fine, you know, and I'm so happy. City of Camarillo is amazing. There's so many beautiful golf courses around here, you know, it's just so beautiful, and to see it go, you know, I want to improve. Every time I go there, I fix something. I fix. I say, you know, somebody got to fix this golf course. Somebody got to fix this golf course. I don't know who, but somebody will. So I just fix the dip. I only hit one dip, but my dip is perfect, but I still have to fix the other dip. You know, I mean, I need to fix it because otherwise, if somebody laying there, you know, it cannot get it out. I don't have much time to tell you how much I love both of you, party. I wish that I can support, I have 2 Tom, but I only have 1 Tom, you know. I prayed for all of you to understand what it's like to have a new golf course, a new ground, a new place. There will be a problem. There will be a problem. We live in a problem. We look back in the UK, we look back in Israel, I cry. But when I look at the golf course, I prepare. I don't cry. I prepare because I know someone will take care of that golf course. And I believe that you all make a right decision to both parties make sure that their flood got taken care of because it's our people who live there. And the golf course got to be green. We cannot hit the ball if it's not green, you know? So we pray that you all gonna together and make it happen, and I will be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Clark?
Thank you for your time. First thing I want to say is to all the golfers here that have talked about golf,
You're not going to play any golf for 10 years, folks. I hope you all realize that. This course is going to be closed down for at least 10 years, and then it's going to come back as a 12-hole, allegedly. How many people want to play on a 12-hole golf? No thanks. My wife and I moved here from the East Coast for tranquility. We found this place. We fell in love with it. My wife and I sit on our back patio for hours a day looking at all the birds and the deer and all the other wild creatures we have. It's so tranquil. So what are other definitions of tranquility? Peacefulness and quietness. And if we're bringing all this heavy equipment to build this stuff, it's going to be horrible. The golf course is going to be dug up. We're going to lose our view of the mountains. We're going to lose our view of everything, and it's going to disrupt everything. So please let your conscience vote your conscience. Thank you.
Kelly Spratley?
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Kelly Spratlin. I live in Camarillo Springs. I happen to be on the HOA board. One of our other HOA board members spoke, I believe, at the last meeting, Bob Spielman, who was a developer down the Caligas Creek with these flaps, and he explained to you that after 20 years, they didn't work. They never worked unless you would go out and dredge those creeks, and we're not doing that. In 2013, I'm going to Kentucky Derby, and there's a fire on the side of the road, and that's the one that took out our RV lot. In 2015, we had, was it 15? Oh, 14, I'm getting ready to go to Jamaica, and we're having flood, and I lived at 68 Margarita, and it was within 3 feet of going under my home. So it's not about the water, it's about what it will do to people's homes that will never be redeveloped. These people can't afford flood insurance now. I don't think it's about the building. There's other places to build these homes. It's about where they're building. We're not building in a stable place. We're not building looking forward, thinking that what the culpability could be for the developer and the city, because we're looking at loss of life in a fire. And right now, we're looking at within our community to mitigate fire. And it's hard enough within a community to do it, let alone for a developer to do it. So I would just hope that you would take a longer look forward to what this can do. It may look pretty now, but it's not going to look pretty later. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I don't have any more speaker cards. Would anybody else like to speak? Come on down.
Good evening, council members and mayor.
Okay, we'll get the mic, closer.
Okay, sorry.
So we want to hear you. You can move the mic up.
Oh, that's all right. I do this when I talk to people who are shorter than me, so it's forced to have it. Oh, yeah, my name is John Carey. I think that we work at the golf course, and a lot of the kids that work on the cart barn and the course are going to school. They're paying for helping pay tuition with the money they make there. There's a lot of jobs that are there. Kids are good kids. We have cell phone reception out there. The towers that are not on the golf course property that are on the hill, copper is being stolen from them, and it cuts down on communications with out there. Like, you have no cell phone reception because copper is being. So I imagine when the course, or if the course is shut down, that problem will just get worse. We've gone out and off the course and looked around at some of the outlying areas. There's bottles, there are homeless encampments, overnight stays, evidence of that throughout the periphery of the property. So I don't know how that's going to be mitigated if there's nobody there patrolling or gardening or maintaining the course. And it's a good community. We have golfers that come out every day. weekly. It's a good group. A lot of compliments, on not so much on the integrity of the course, but also on the affordability of it and the community. I didn't prepare a whole heck of a lot. Sorry, guys. But I think the jobs are important. That the kids that work there have a place to employ. There's a restaurant be put in. I think it's just important to consider if there are issues with the plans, they can be fixed. They can be resolved. You can look at those. Maybe they can figure out a new way to do the plumbing out of there, or a new way to do mitigation. There's roughly 1,900 homes, residences in Camarillo Springs, 1936, I think it is. So you're adding another 8% or 10%, 200 homes.
You still have a minute.
So and there's 2 roads out of there. I could see if there's an evacuation, it could be an issue with only 2 primary roads out. But these are all things I think can be considered in the plans, and instead of just nixing it, look at it, see what can be viable, because there's a lot of people who work there, people who rely on that place for our community and jobs. It's a big deal for a lot of people. So that's it.
Thank you.
They left their phone.
Cynthia Kester?
Cynthia Kester. I live on Gatana Avenue in Camarillo Springs, and I've lived with the golf course issue for 7 years. My husband has looked forward to all the reports, and they work really hard on moving forward with the Camarillo Springs projected project. And one thing I've learned is that change is change. It happens constantly. It happened when Ron Richards bought the golf course. And I think it's important to note that he still owns the golf course. And I understand opposition in all things. But I also trust the city council. And the reason I trust the city council is how they took care of us after the fire and the flood. We were out of our home for 2 years while it was red tagged, and until we were able to move back in, it was 2 years. And I can honestly say that even in a heavy rain now, I have no worries. I don't worry about the hillside. I don't worry about the golf course. And that's because the city council, the city of Camarillo, took care. And I think that's an important issue. The reason I think it's important is that I know you all are serving. You're not getting paid. I know you're serving, and I know you take that seriously. But change is not always a bad thing. And I think we've been taken care of. And I truly believe that you all have the people of Camarillo's best interest at heart. I, of course, would like to see this proposed plan work out. I know that I have son-in-laws and sons, and I know they have wives that say, you can't spend all that time on a Saturday. We have soccer, we have something. So to me, the 12-hole golf course makes a lot of sense. And of course, I'd like to have a lovely area to walk on. And I know that many, many people in California have fires and they have mudslides, and their city councils have their best interest in heart. And I have faith that whatever happens, it'll be good. Thank you.
Thank you. Deb Morris.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you, Camarillo City Council, for all that you do to manage our great city. We're grateful of your time invested to make correct choices for this community. We are a large group of the community of Camarillo Springs. Please hear our voices. We need to have your ear and stop it now. We've investigated and reported truths only. We've shown every reason that this developer and the plans are not good for this community. Evacuation and flooding are just two of the agenda items that are not resolved and should create a big red flag to your eyes and minds. When anyone drives the Canal Grade into or out of Camarillo, the jewel is still Camarillo Springs. Both ways up and down the Canal Grade are a welcome or a fond farewell to all. Camarillo Springs was developed and engineered to be exactly what it should be, recreational property with homes and businesses intertwined. Take away the golf course, and that changes everything. From a beautiful community to no beauty, just homes on a berm looking down on their neighbors who once had a view, but not anymore, should the zone change be allowed. You are putting all taxpayers in a noose, and you understand this very well. Do not do the right thing and stop it now, really. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, I don't have any other comment cards at this time. There's another one.
I just want to call it. Thank you. Hello, City Council. I've never even been in here. It's nice to see where my tax dollars are doing. So I appreciate your time today. I have listened to everything going on for years. I am a resident. My name is Joanna Iacino. I'm a resident of Camarillo Springs for 17 years. And this is a very emotional subject. You can see it. You can feel it. I feel it. However, we do not own the golf course. And the gentleman who does own the golf course, we know what his intent is. This plan that's been put together by New West helps turn something into a vision of something. The experts have done their job. They've done their studies. I do understand it's a hell of an inconvenience to have that kind of construction going on. I don't live off the golf course. I live further up on Lotta. But I would rather see Camarillo Springs turn into what they put on the screen than to have it go to a wasteland, which, by the way, isn't healthy either. I appreciate your time. I appreciate everybody's time. I know it's tough. I think we should all just breathe and try to try to understand, and there is both sides, and I respect both sides, but I am absolutely in favor of the improvements. Obviously, I'm a homeowner. I have a direct feeling about my property going up or down, as everybody in this room does, obviously. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Does anybody else have a blue card? Would anybody else like to speak? Okay. That's the end of public comments.
Yes, Mayor and Council, as was stated earlier, the intent was to have the staff presentation, applicant's presentation, and take any public comment from individuals that are here this evening that would like to make public comment. And at the end of the public comment, if the council so desires, they could consider a motion in which we will recess this item until the evening of November 8th. And that the agenda description on November 8th will also state potential actions the council may take as follows. The council may determine to continue study of the referral or rescind the referral as provided for under Policy 7.01E Triennial Review. And then at the November 8th meeting, we'll take public comment from anyone that did not provide public comment this evening. And thereafter, the city council will discuss and deliberate on the referral. So that would be a motion if the council so desired.
I'll make that motion consistent with the city attorney's presentation.
I'll second.
Okay. Further discussion? Without further discussion, please vote. And that motion passes unanimously. And that brings us to the end of our agenda. Oh, sorry, I spoke. Do we have a closed session report?
No, I made that earlier this
That's
evening.
right.
Thank you.
Yes. We are adjourning tonight's meeting. Could you, hi, we haven't adjourned yet. Tonight, we're adjourning our meeting in the memory of two people, Eugene Kostuchenko and Jillian Landsman. Thank you.